Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Beyond the Sea of Ron, where the stars danced different patterns and the wind carried whispers of forgotten tales, Peregrine took three known simply as Perry to his friends found himself further from the Shire than any hobbit had ventured in living memory. The young bard's curly hair had grown wild during his months of travel, and his once pristine performing clothes now bore the marks of 1,000 miles of wandering. In the marketplace of Castath Dur, an ancient trading post where the cultures of East and West mingled like colors in a painter's palette, Perry's fingers closed around a flute that would change his destiny. The instrument was crafted from a spiraling horn whiter than mountain snow, its surface etched with runes that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. The horn of the last unicorn, whispered the merchant, an elderly woman whose eyes held the weight of centuries. She gave it freely before passing beyond the circles of the world, knowing that in the right hands, its song would reveal all things as they truly are. Perry felt the truth of her words resonating through the horn. That evening, as he practiced with the instrument in his room, notes of impossible purity filled the air. Colors seemed sharper, shadows deeper, and the very walls of the inn appeared to breathe with ancient memories. His performance at the court of King Eldarion was meant to be the culmination of his eastern journey. The Castle of Dawn, with its soaring towers of rose gold stone and gardens that bloomed year-round, had welcomed performers from across Middle-earth for generations. But as Perry began to play the unicorn's horn before the assembled nobility, the magic within the flute awakened. The music stripped away illusion, like autumn wind clearing leaves. Where the royal family had sat in their finery, twisted creatures of shadow now perched upon the throne's shapeshifters from the dark lands who had imprisoned the true rulers months ago. Only the young Princess Merwin, hidden away in a tower under the guise of illness, had escaped their grasp. In the chaos that followed, Perry found himself fleeing through secret passages with the princess, guided by her intimate knowledge of the castle's forgotten ways. They emerged into the night, but their journey was just beginning. Help came from unexpected quarters. Thorn, an elven ranger who had lost his sight in a battle with ancient demons, found them hiding in the forest. Though his eyes were clouded, he saw through the eyes of his avian companions eagles, falcons, and ravens that served as his window to the world. His bow never missed its mark, guided by the whispers of wings. They were joined by Grumbar, a cave troll whose heart had been transformed by his discovery of poetry in abandoned dwarven libraries. He spoke in measured verses, each word chosen with deliberate care, his massive frame moving with surprising grace as he quoted ancient epics while wielding his club. The fourth member of their company was Moria, a witch whose true age was impossible to determine. Her silver hair and lined face spoke of great age, but her movements were quick and sure. She had traded her youth to the spirits of the forest in exchange for power to protect her village from darkness, and had never regretted the bargain. As they traveled through lands that seemed to exist half in dream, Perry learned to master the flute's power. Its song could part illusions, reveal hidden paths, and even call forth memories trapped within ancient stones. But with each use, they discovered that the shapeshifter's conspiracy reached further than anyone had imagined. The creatures had infiltrated not just one kingdom, but many, replacing key figures across the realms of men. They were preparing for something larger, the prophesied return of the Veiler to Middle-earth. Ancient texts spoke of a time when the powers that had shaped the world would return to judge their handiwork, and the shapeshifters believed that by controlling the kingdoms of men, they could tip the balance of that judgment. Their journey took them through the Shadowlands, where reality itself seemed to waver like heat over desert sands. They crossed the bridges of dawn, ancient elven constructions that spanned impossible chasms filled with stars. In the Whispering Woods, they found allies among the remaining true-blooded nobility who had escaped the shapeshifters' purge. Princess Merwin proved to be more than just a royal heir. Within her flowed the ancient blood of Inmenor, and as their quest continued, she began to manifest the gifts of her ancestors, the ability to see through time's thin places and communicate with the spirits of the land. The final confrontation came not in a battlefield, but in the Chamber of Stars, a sacred space beneath the Castle of Dawn, where the barriers between worlds grew thin. The shapeshifters planned to use this ancient place of power to prevent the Valar's return, twisting the very fabric of Middle-earth to their purposes. As Peri's flute sang out the truth of all things, Thorn's birds darkened the sky, Grumbar's poetry called forth the power sleeping in ancient stones, and Moira's magic wove through it, all like threads of lightning. Princess Merwin stood at the heart of the chamber, channeling the power of her bloodline to strengthen the world's foundations rather than tear them apart. The shapeshifters were not destroyed but transformed, their true forms revealed not as creatures of shadow, but as lost souls who had forgotten their own nature. They had once been servants of the Veiler themselves, left behind when their masters departed Middle-earth. Fear of judgment had twisted them, but in the pure notes of the unicorn's horn, they remembered their original purpose. In the aftermath, as kingdoms slowly returned to their true rulers, Peri understood that the flute had played its final song. Its power spent, it crumbled to stardust in his hands, its purpose fulfilled. But its magic lived on in the changes it had wrought in kingdoms restored, in alliances forged, in ancient powers remembered. Thorn remained in the east, his birds now carrying messages between the renewed kingdoms. Grumbar established a library where trolls and other creatures could discover the transformative power of poetry. Moira found that her sacrifice had been partially reversed, years returning to her like spring flowers blooming in winter. Princess Merwin became Queen Merwin, the truth seer, her reign marked by wisdom and the renewal of ancient alliances. As for Peri, he returned to the Shire with new songs to sing tales of truth and transformation, of shadows turned to light, and of the power of music to reveal the heart of all things. And sometimes on quiet nights when the stars shine especially bright, those who listen carefully might hear echoes of a pure, impossible note, the last unicorn's gift, still singing its truth into the world. Story 2. The ancient scrolls in Minas Tirith's secret library rustled beneath Samwise Gamgee Jr.'s careful touch, their edges crumbling like autumn leaves. Candlelight flickered across the weathered parchment, illuminating runes that hadn't been read in an age. The young Hobbit scholar's heart quickened as the translation slowly took shape in his mind. Above the realm of eagles, where stars shine bright at noon, floats Valinor, the forgotten crown of the Dúnedain. Sam hadn't meant to find the hidden chamber. He'd simply been organizing the library's eastern wing, as he had done every day since arriving in the White City 3 months ago. But when he'd noticed that one of the stone blocks in the wall sounded hollow when tapped, curiosity, that ever-present trait of the Gamgee line, had gotten the better of him. Now, surrounded by scrolls that spoke of impossible wonders, he could scarcely believe what he was reading. A city in the sky, suspended by arts lost to time, holding secrets that could reshape their understanding of Middle-earth itself. And within its floating halls, according to the ancient text, lay something even more extraordinary: the last egg of the benevolent dragons, creatures of pure creation, who had helped the Valar shape the world in the First Age. But Sam wasn't the only one who had discovered these secrets. As he read deeper into the scrolls, his blood ran cold. Another group had been searching for these same texts, the Weavers of the Void, a sect of renegade wizards who believed that by harnessing the dragon egg's power, they could tear open the barriers between dimensions, seeking knowledge and power beyond mortal understanding. The sound of footsteps echoing through the library's corridors snapped Sam from his reading. Hastily gathering the most crucial scrolls, he slipped out through a servant's passage, his mind racing. He needed help, and he knew exactly where to start. Dawn found him in the gardens of the Elven Quarter, seeking audience with Aranthel, a legendary elven architect known for her obsession with ancient Valar technology. The elf's silver eyes widened as she studied the runes, her fingers tracing the intricate diagrams that showed how Valinor remained suspended in the sky. "These calculations," she whispered, "they're not magic at all. They're engineering of the highest order, using principles the Valar themselves employed in the making." She looked at Sam with newfound respect. "But reaching such heights, we would need an eagle," a deep voice interrupted. Both turned to find Aldrich of Rohan, standing in the garden's entrance, his weather-worn armor gleaming in the morning light. "And as it happens, I know just the one." The Rohirrim captain had done what many thought impossible. He had earned the friendship and trust of Windmane, one of the great eagles of the Misty Mountains. The third member of their company found them, rather than the other way around. As they discussed plans in a secluded tavern that evening, a young Ent named Springbark literally grew up through the floorboards, having followed them through his root network. The old forests speak of the Sky City. He rumbled softly, leaves quivering with excitement. "I've dreamed of touching the clouds since I was a sapling. Count me among your number," but they weren't the only ones preparing for the journey. The Weavers of the Void had agents everywhere, and within days of Sam's discovery, dark figures began appearing in the city's shadows. Time was running out. Their ascent began at dawn from the highest peak of the Misty Mountains. Windmane's massive wings carried them higher than any had flown before, past where the air grew thin and cold. Aranthel's calculations guided them through ancient airways, invisible currents of power that the Dúnedain had once used to reach their hidden realm. When they finally broke through the cloud barrier, the sight took their breath away. Valinor hung suspended in the azure sky like a jewel caught in sunlight. White spires and golden domes rose from floating islands connected by bridges of light. Gardens cascaded from suspended terraces, their flowers blooming in impossible colors. It was beauty beyond anything in Middle-earth below, preserved in perfect stillness for thousands of years. But they were not its first visitors in all that time. Dark shapes moved among the ancient buildings. The Weavers had arrived first. What followed was a chase through the Sky City's dreamlike landscape. They raced across bridges of solid light, through halls where stars glittered in the middle of the day, past fountains that flowed upward into the air. Springbark's ability to rapidly grow and reshape himself proved invaluable, creating bridges where there were none, while Aranthel's knowledge helped them navigate the city's mysterious mechanisms. The Weavers led them to the heart of Valinor, a vast chamber shaped like the inside of a crystal, where the dragon egg floated in a column of pure light. But as both groups reached for it, something unexpected happened. The egg began to pulse with a deep golden radiance. Images flooded their minds, memories not their own, but those of the ancient dragons. They saw the truth. The egg wasn't a source of power to be used, but a seed of creation itself. The dragons hadn't died out. They had transformed themselves into the very fabric of Middle-earth, becoming one with the world they had helped create. This egg was meant to do the same when the time was right, maintaining the delicate balance between creation and entropy. The leader of the weavers, a tall figure in storm-gray robes, lowered his hood to reveal tears streaming down his face. All this time, he whispered, we thought we were seeking ultimate knowledge, but we were trying to break the very thing that keeps our world alive. The egg's glow intensified, and with it came understanding. Valinor hadn't been abandoned, it had been preserved for this moment, when representatives of all the free peoples would come together to learn this truth. The city itself was part of the dragon's gift, a place where the wisdom of the ages could be preserved and shared. In the days that followed, former enemies worked together to restore Valinor to its former glory. The Weavers of the Void reformed, becoming guardians of knowledge rather than seekers of power. Springbark achieved his dream of touching the clouds, tending to gardens that floated among the stars. Aranthel found a lifetime's worth of ancient wisdom to study, while Aldrich established a new outpost of the Rohirrim, riders who would patrol the airways as their kin did the plains below. And Sam? He did what hobbits do best. He kept a record of it all, ensuring that the wonder and wisdom of Valinor would never again be forgotten. In the years to come, scholars from all corners of Middle-earth would ascend to the city in the clouds, seeking knowledge and understanding. The dragon egg remained at its heart, a reminder that the greatest magic lies not in power over others, but in the connections that bind all things together. When Sem finally returned to the Shire for a visit, he sat in his garden, just as his namesake and grandfather had done, smoking his pipe and watching the clouds drift by. Sometimes, if he looked carefully, he could see a flash of gold among them, Valinor catching the sun's light, a bridge between the world that was and the world that could be. Story 3, deep within the ancient halls of Moria, where shadows danced with the fading echoes of dwarven hammers, Primula Baggins traced her fingers along shelves thick with the dust of ages. The young hobbit herbalist had come to the abandoned city, seeking rare medicinal mushrooms that grew in the depths, but fate had other plans for her that day. The crystallization had begun 3 moons ago. First, it was just flowers turning to delicate structures of living crystal, their petals transformed into translucent rainbows that chimed softly in the wind. Beautiful, many had said, until animals began to change as well. Birds mid-flight suddenly became graceful sculptures, falling from the skies like frozen stars. The plague, as people called it, was spreading, and none of the known remedies could stop it. In a forgotten apothecary's chamber, beneath a fall of stone that had hidden it for centuries, Primula discovered something extraordinary. A stone golem, not fearsome like the ancient guardians of dwarven lore, but small and delicate, its surface etched with patterns that reminded her of herb leaves and healing runes. As she brushed dust from its face, points of light flickered to life in its crystal eyes. At last, it spoke, its voice like pebbles rolling in a stream. The awakening has begun. The golem introduced itself as Azurite, keeper of the dwarven memories. It had waited countless years for someone to find it, guarding ancient knowledge of a truth too vast for any one race to comprehend. The crystallization, Azurite explained, was not a plague but a transformation. Deep beneath the lonely mountain slumbered an entity older than Middle-earth itself, a being that had helped shape the world before withdrawing to sleep within the heart of the mountain. Now it was stirring, and its dreams were changing the world in preparation for its awakening. In the golem's crystalline memory were stored the writings of the first dwarven scholars who had discovered this truth. They had built their greatest halls around the sleeping entity, learning from its dreams and protecting its rest. But as the ages passed, this knowledge was forgotten, and the dwarves delved too greedily and too deep, forcing them to abandon their ancient homes. Together, Primula and Azurite began a journey to the lonely mountain, racing against the spreading crystallization. Along the way, they encountered others affected by the change. In the forests of Mirkwood, they found trees transformed into towers of living crystal, their branches still swaying with an inner life. Animals touched by the transformation became beautiful crystal sculptures, yet somehow still alive, their essence preserved within their gleaming forms. The most remarkable discovery came in a valley where a village had been entirely transformed. The crystal people were not dead, but existing in a state between flesh and stone, their thoughts resonating through the crystal structures like music through wind chimes. Through them, Primula began to understand that the transformation was not an ending but a metamorphosis. As they neared the lonely mountain, they encountered increasingly strange and beautiful crystalline formations. Rivers flowed like liquid diamond, and crystal flowers grew and bloomed in moments, their chiming songs creating harmonies that spoke of deep magic and ancient mysteries. In the heart of the mountain, they found a chamber that defied comprehension. A dragon made entirely of crystal lay curled around a pulsing core of light, its form not fearsome but serene, as if it had chosen this transformation willingly. This was no ordinary dragon, but one of the firstborn, a being that had helped sing the world into existence. Through the crystal dragon's dreams, shared in visions that danced through the crystalline chambers, Primula and Azurite learned the full truth. An ancient darkness was stirring in the void beyond the world, a chaos that threatened to unmake all of creation. The crystallization was a defense, a transformation that would preserve all living things within an unbreakable matrix of living crystal until the danger passed. The dragon had not been trapped in crystal. It had become crystal willingly, the first to undergo the transformation that would now spread to protect all of Middle-earth. Its dreams had guided the change, ensuring that life would continue, consciousness preserved within forms that could withstand the coming storm. As understanding dawned, Primula noticed her own hands beginning to crystallize, the change spreading up her arms like frost on a window pane. But there was no fear now, only wonder. Through the crystal, she could feel the pulse of the earth itself, the deep song of creation that bound all things together. She could sense others transforming across Middle-earth, their consciousness joining in a vast network of crystalline resonance. Azurite, its purpose fulfilled, began to change as well, its form becoming more organic, even as Primula became more crystalline, until they met somewhere in between flesh and stone. Together, they would become part of the great crystalline consciousness that would preserve Middle-earth's children through the dark times ahead. The transformation spread across all of Middle-earth, creating a world of living crystal more beautiful than any could have imagined. Forests became vast gardens of crystal flowers and trees, their leaves chiming with songs of ancient memory. Cities transformed into intricate crystalline structures where consciousness flowed like light through faceted halls. The very mountains hummed with the thoughts of those who had been transformed, their minds preserved and connected in ways they had never dreamed possible. And at the heart of it all, deep within the lonely mountain, the crystal dragon continued its dreams, weaving together the consciousness of all transformed beings into a vast, shimmering web of thought and memory. Through the crystal, stories would be preserved, lives would continue, and when the darkness finally passed, the world would bloom again in new and wondrous ways. Those who visit Middle-earth now speak of a realm of crystal and light, where thoughts dance like rainbows through transparent cities, and songs echo through valleys of living gems. And sometimes in the deepest chambers of what was once the lonely mountain, visitors say they can still hear the voice of a hobbit herbalist, her consciousness preserved in crystal, sharing tales of the time before the great transformation. When the world was young, and the crystal dragon first began to dream. Story 4. In the ethereal realm of Rivendell, where autumn leaves danced eternally and gentle breezes and waterfalls sang ancient elvish lullabies, Meriadoc Brandybuck, Master Archivist of the Last Homely House, made a discovery that would shake the foundations of Middle-earth. Among the countless scrolls and tomes under his care, he found a map unlike any other, its lines woven from threads of golden spider silk that seemed to shift and change in the lamplight. The map had been crafted by Ungoliant herself, the great spider of the First Age, in a moment of clarity before darkness consumed her entirely. It revealed the locations of 7 fragments of the Twilight Crown, an artifact of such power that it could bridge the gap between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. Mary might have dismissed it as legend, had the barriers between worlds not already begun to fray. Throughout Middle-earth, reports surfaced of ancient heroes walking the lands again, some bringing wisdom, others bearing warnings, and a few carrying destruction in their wake. The dead were returning, and the world of the living was not prepared for their arrival. In the libraries of Rivendell, Mary encountered an unlikely ally, a Nazgul who called herself Morwen. Once a queen of a forgotten realm, she had broken free from Sauron's control after his fall, though the price of her freedom was an existence caught between life and death. Her ethereal form shimmered like black mist in the moonlight, yet her eyes held a warmth that spoke of humanity, not entirely lost. The crown must be restored, Morwen whispered, her voice carrying echoes of ancient songs. Only then can the balance between worlds be maintained. She explained that a cult of necromancers, led by a fallen Maya named Nurakir, sought to use the growing instability to transform Middle-earth into a realm of eternal twilight, where they would rule over both the living and the dead. Their quest began in the Grey Mountains, where the first fragment lay buried in a tomb of forgotten kings. Along their journey, they gathered unexpected companions, Elder, an elf scholar whose studies of death had left him able to speak with spirits, Kiros, a dwarf runesmith who could forge bonds between the physical and spiritual realms, and Dawn, a young human girl who had inherited the gift of dreamwalking from her Reen ancestors. Each fragment of the crown presented unique challenges. In the Barrow Downs, they faced the spirits of ancient warriors who tested their courage and honor. Deep within Moria, they discovered a fragment that had become part of a vast crystal formation, requiring Kiris's expertise to extract it without shattering the delicate magical lattice that held back an underground lake. The dead marshes held another piece, guarded by spirits who could only be appeased through songs of remembrance that Morwen taught them, each note heavy with the weight of centuries. In the ruins of Fernost, they found a fragment that had become the heart of a garden where ghostly flowers bloomed in eternal twilight, tended by the spirits of long-dead children whom Dawn helped find peace through her dreams. As they gathered the pieces, they learned more about the crown's true purpose. It had been created in the First Age as a tool to help souls find their proper rest, ensuring that the barriers between worlds remained strong while allowing necessary passages between them. Its destruction had been no accident, but a calculated move by forces that sought to destabilize the natural order. Their journey took them through the veils between worlds, where reality shimmered like heat over distant hills. They walked paths where stars burned beneath their feet and shadows whispered secrets of ages past. Each fragment they recovered made Morwen more substantial, restoring pieces of her former self that had been lost to darkness. The necromancers dogged their steps, led by Nurakir, whose beautiful form belied the corruption within. His followers were not evil men, but scholars and grieving souls who had been seduced by promises of reuniting with lost loved ones. Their power grew as the barriers weakened, raising armies of restless spirits to their cause. The final confrontation took place in the ruins of Osgiliath, where the veil between worlds had grown thinnest. As Merry and his companions worked to reassemble the crown, Nurukir's forces besieged the city with armies both living and dead. Morwen proved invaluable, her understanding of both worlds allowing her to command the loyal dead, who still remembered their oaths to Gondor. Dawn walked in dreams among the enemy forces, showing them visions of the true peace their loved ones had found beyond the veil. Elder and Kiros worked together, combining elvish magic and dwarven craft to forge the fragments back into a single crown. And Merry, drawing upon generations of Hobbit wisdom about home and belonging, helped guide lost spirits back to their proper rest. As the crown was restored, its power rippled across Middle-earth like sunrise breaking through storm clouds. The barriers between worlds strengthened, while still maintaining the delicate connections that allowed the natural passage of souls. Those dead who had lingered too long felt the call of their true rest, and many of Nurukir's followers, seeing the peace their loved ones had found, laid down their arms. Nurukir himself, confronted with the truth of his actions, chose to accept judgment before the Veiler rather than continue his rebellion. Morwen, fully restored by the crown's power, became its guardian, neither fully alive nor dead, but perfectly positioned to maintain the balance between worlds. Merry returned to Rivendell's libraries with new scrolls to write and stories to preserve. Dawn became a dream healer, helping others find peace with loss. Elder and Kiros established a school where the living could learn to honor the dead without disturbing their rest. And sometimes on quiet nights when the moon is full and the stars sing clearly, travelers near Osgiliath speak of seeing a figure crowned in twilight walking the borders between worlds. They say she guides lost souls home and ensures that the veils between life and death remain strong but permeable, maintaining the delicate balance that keeps Middle-earth whole. In the libraries of Rivendell, Merry's account of their quest became required reading for young scholars, teaching them that death is not an ending to be feared or a barrier to be broken, but a natural transition to be respected and understood. And the golden spider silk map, its purpose fulfilled, transformed into a tapestry that told their tale in threads of light and shadow, a reminder that even the darkest beginnings can lead to the most luminous conclusions. Story 5. The old forest held secrets in its ancient heart, whispers of tales that even the eldest elves had forgotten. It was here, beneath the tangled canopy where shadows danced like living things, that Faramir discovered the harp that would change his destiny. The young hobbit had wandered further than most of his kind dared, drawn by stories of strange music that echoed through the trees on moonless nights. The instrument lay half buried beneath centuries-old roots, its silver frame gleaming with an inner light that no amount of earth could dim. Elvish runes spiraled across its surface, their glow pulsing gently like a sleeping heart. As Faramir's fingers brushed away the last of the soil, a voice like wind through crystal chimes echoed in his mind. At last, it whispered, someone who can hear the old songs. The voice belonged to Nimrodel, once the greatest of elven songweavers, whose spirit had been bound to the harp by her own people a millennium ago. Through fragments of memory and song, she revealed to Faramir how the Elven High Council had feared her power to reshape reality through music. Rather than risk her songs falling into darkness, they had imprisoned her essence within the harp, hiding it away until a worthy soul could awaken it. But the Council's action had triggered consequences they couldn't have foreseen. A shadow curse had begun to spread across the Shire, turning the once verdant hills into landscapes of perpetual twilight. Gardens withered, and an endless dusk crept across the land like spilled ink. The curse was the echo of Nimrodel's imprisonment, a discord in the great song of creation that had festered for 1,000 years. Help came in unexpected forms. Thorin Stonefist, a dwarf exile who had renounced his clan's hunger for gold, recognized the harp's runes as similar to those in ancient warnings carved deep beneath the mountains. The young human mage Cylindril, cast out from her order for questioning their rigid traditions, saw in the spreading shadows a pattern that matched prophecies written in forgotten scrolls. Most surprising was Orin, an ancient dragon who had lived among mortals for centuries in the guise of a wandering beggar. He alone remembered Nimrodel's songs from the First Age and understood the true scope of what was at stake. The shadows weren't simply darkening the land, they were unraveling the very music that had helped shape Middle-earth at its creation. Their journey to the Shadow Mountains was perilous, each step taking them deeper into lands where reality itself seemed to fray at the edges. In the Valley of Whispers, they encountered echoes of ancient battles, ghostly warriors forever recreating conflicts long forgotten by history. Through the Mistweave forest, they walked paths that shifted like smoke, where trees grew upside down and stars could be plucked like fruit from low-hanging branches. The harp guided them, its songs revealing hidden truths. When played at certain moments, it could part the veils of shadow, showing glimpses of the world as it truly was. Through these revelations, they discovered that the council of mages who had imprisoned Nimrodel still existed, working from the shadows to maintain their power over all the free peoples. Each member of their company found their own strength tested. Thorin's understanding of ancient runes helped them navigate the labyrinthine caves beneath the Shadow Mountains. Cylindril's unconventional magic, drawn from empathy rather than rigid formulae, proved vital in healing rifts in the fabric of reality. Orin's vast knowledge of history revealed patterns in the chaos, showing them how to counter the Council's ancient magics. And Faramir, whose Hobbit heritage had gifted him with a pure heart and an unshakable sense of home, learned to play songs that could challenge the very foundations of shadow. Under Nimrodel's guidance, his music began to weave new patterns in the world, restoring light and life to places long lost to darkness. The Council's stronghold lay at the heart of the Shadow Mountains, a tower built from crystallized darkness that absorbed all light. There, they discovered the truth. The Council had not merely feared Nimrodel's power, they had sought to harness it, using her imprisoned essence to maintain their control over the flow of magic in Middle-earth. The final battle was fought not with swords or spells, but with songs. As the Council wove dark harmonies that threatened to drown the world in shadow, Faramir played Nimrodel's songs of creation and renewal. Thorin's voice added the deep rhythms of the earth, while Cylindril's magic transformed the discord into harmony. Orin's ancient knowledge helped them target the weak points in the Council's spells, places where their original music of creation still echoed faintly. When the last note faded, the Tower of Shadows had dissolved like mist in morning sun. The Council members, stripped of their stolen power, were revealed as ancient, tired beings who had lost their way in their quest for control. Nimrodel's spirit, finally freed from the harp, chose not to exact revenge, but to share her songs with all who had learned them. The shadows retreated from the Shire, and spring returned with a vigor none had seen in living memory. But the changes went deeper than mere seasons. The barriers between peoples began to fade. Dwarves shared their crafts more freely. Elves opened their libraries to human scholars, and even dragons like Orin felt comfortable revealing their true nature to trusted friends. Faramir returned to the Shire not as a simple hobbit, but as a keeper of songs. The harp, no longer a prison but a tool for creation, became an heirloom of the Took family. On summer evenings, young hobbits would gather to hear him play, the music calling forth images of great battles and greater acts of mercy, of shadows turned to light and ancient wrongs made right. Thorin established a school in the mountains where dwarves and other races could study the connection between music and crafting. Selendril's new approach to magic attracted others who sought to understand its deeper harmonies. Orin continued his wandering, but now openly shared his wisdom with those who showed genuine desire to learn. And sometimes, on nights when the stars shine especially bright, those who listen carefully might hear an echo of Nimrodel's songs in the wind, not imprisoned or constrained, but free to join the great music that sustains all of Middle-earth. For in the end, her story proved that even the darkest shadow can be transformed by the right song, sung with a true heart and an understanding of the deeper harmonies that bind all things together. Story 6. The last rays of sunset painted the waters of the gray havens in hues of amber and gold, casting long shadows across the final elven ship being crafted upon its ancient shores. Its white timber, hewn from malorn trees of a dying age, seemed to capture and hold the fading light. Standing upon the weathered dock, Marina, daughter of Selendril, watched the elven shipwrights work with grace that belonged to an era soon passing from Middle-earth. Her men ring-blood whispered tales of the sea, passed down through generations since the drowning of her ancestral homeland. Yet lately, those whispers had turned to songs, strange melodies that haunted her dreams and called to her from the depths of the great sea. They spoke of ancient things stirring in the deep, of shadows older than the first age moving beneath the waves. Celeborn, last of the great elven lords to remain in Middle-earth, stood at the bow of the unfinished ship, his silver hair catching the dying light. His eyes, which had witnessed ages pass like autumn leaves, were fixed upon the horizon where dark clouds gathered. "The sea is restless," he spoke, his voice carrying to Marina despite the growing wind. "It sings songs of warning, as if in answer to his words. A deep tremor passed through the waters of the harbor." The elven shipwrights paused in their labor, their immortal faces showing concern that had not been seen since the days of the War of the Ring. Marina felt it too, a discordant note in the song that had always lived in her blood. From the shadows of the harbor master's tower emerged a figure that caused even the ancient elves to whisper in wonder. Clad in robes of deep blue that seemed to shift like the sea itself, he carried a staff of pale wood that glowed with a soft inner light. LOTR the Blue, one of the long-lost Astari, had returned from the east at this final hour. The creatures of the deep stir from their long slumber. The wizard spoke, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. They feel the passing of an age, and they remember older songs, songs of when the world was young, and the seas were shaped by powers now forgotten. Marina felt the melody in her blood surge in response to his words. Since childhood, she had been able to hear the songs of the sea, but now they carried urgency, a warning of ancient things awakening. The elven ship, meant to carry the last of the firstborn to the undying lands, had somehow called to these creatures. In the days that followed, the signs grew clearer. Great shadows passed beneath the surface of the harbor, and the songs in Marina's blood grew stronger. The elven shipwrights worked with increased urgency, their immortal hands shaping wood with desperate grace. Celeborn and LOTR spent long hours in council, their voices carrying on the wind in languages older than the kingdoms of men. It was on a moonless night that Marina first saw them, vast shapes breaking the surface of the distant waters, their forms suggesting creatures from the earliest days of Arda. The songs in her blood reached a crescendo, and without thinking, she found herself singing in response. The ancient melody poured from her lips in words she didn't understand, but somehow knew, words in a tongue that might have been old when the elves first awoke beside Quivinen. The creatures in the deep responded. Their song joined with hers, and in that moment of harmony, Marina understood. These were the firstborn of Olmo, shaped by the Vala of the sea in the depths of time. They had slept through ages, guarding secrets of the world's creation, and now they stirred not in threat, but in mourning for the passing of the elves from Middle-earth. LOTR's voice joined the song, his deep tones weaving power through the melody. Celeborn too added his voice, the ancient elven lord singing words that spoke of memory and promise. The great creatures drew closer to the harbor, their forms now visible in the starlight, vast and beautiful and terrible to behold. In that moment of song, Marina saw visions of the truth they guarded, the shaping of the seas, the rising of lands, the first dawn that broke upon the world. She saw the path that led to the undying lands, and understood why the last elven ship must reach those shores. The departing of the elves was more than an ending, it was part of the music that had shaped the world, a necessary movement in the great Song of Arda. The creatures of the deep had risen not to prevent the ship's passage, but to ensure it. They were the guardians of the straight path, the keepers of the way to Valinor. Their awakening was both warning and blessing, for dark things too stirred in the depths, things that remembered the darkness before the world and would prevent the ship's passage if they could. Through the long nights that followed, Marina worked with the elven shipwrights, her song joining theirs as they completed the vessel. LOTR taught her the ancient words of power that would guard the ship's passage, while Celeborn shared memories of the First Age that gave deeper meaning to her inherited songs. When the ship was finally ready, the harbor of the Grey Havens was filled with light and song. The last of the elves gathered, their voices raised in farewell to Middle-earth. The great creatures of the deep breached the surface in a display of power and beauty, their own song joining the chorus. Marina stood upon the dock, her voice carrying the harmony between the ancient powers of the sea and the departing firstborn. Celeborn turned to her before boarding the ship, his ageless eyes filled with the light of stars. "The song must continue," he said softly. "Though the elves depart, the music that shaped the world remains. You are its singer now, child of two bloodlines, keeper of the ancient melodies." LOTR pressed into her hands a small crystal that seemed to hold the very essence of the sea within it. "The straight path must remain open for those who may yet need to find it," the blue wizard said. "The creatures of the deep will help you guard it, but they need one who can sing with both the voice of the land and the voice of the sea as the last elven ship departed from the Grey Havens." Marina raised her voice one final time. The creatures of the deep rose in farewell, their song twining with hers in promise and protection. The ship gleamed like a star upon the waters, carrying with it the last light of the elder days. But in the harbor of the Grey Havens, a new song had begun. Marina, daughter of Cylindril, stood watch over the straight path, her voice carrying the memories of both the mortal and immortal lands. The great creatures of the deep remained as her allies, guarding with her the last road to the undying lands, keeping alive the memory of an age when magic and wonder still walked openly in Middle-earth. And sometimes, on nights when the stars shone brightest, those who walked the shores of the Grey Havens would hear a song carrying over the waters, a melody that spoke of ancient days and lands beyond the sea, of endings and beginnings, and of wonders that would never truly fade from the world as long as there were those who remembered the music. Story 7. Beyond the Blue Mountains, where maps grew vague and travelers' tales turned to whispers, lay the white valleys of land where perpetual mist clung to ancient stone, and forgotten streams sang songs of elder days. Here, where the world seemed to hold its breath between the known and unknown, Eowyn the ranger walked alone, her weathered cloak billowing in the chill mountain wind. Named for the shield maiden of Rowan, she carried the weight of that legacy in every step, though her battles were fought in shadows far from the great halls of kings. The wooden bow across her back bore elvish runes, a gift from the last elves who dwelt in Lindon before their departure west. But it was not ORC's sign she tracked today, rather, something far more peculiar, footprints that spoke of both grace and strength, of civilization where none should exist. The mist parted before her like a curtain drawn back, revealing a valley untouched by the darkness that had long plagued Middle-earth. Gardens terraced the hillsides in patterns that reminded her of elvish script, while stone dwellings seemed to grow organically from the living rock. But it was the inhabitants that caused her to pause and wonder, figures that at first glance might have been taken for ORCs, yet moved with a dignity that spoke of something altogether different. From among them emerged a female figure, tall and straight-backed, with skin the color of mountain slate, but eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "I am Ozga," she spoke in the common tongue, her voice carrying unexpected melody. "And you, Eon of the Rangers, have found what few have ever seen, the sanctuary of those who chose to rise above their darker heritage. In the days that followed, Eon learned the truth of the White Valleys. These were the children of ORCs who had rejected the shadow, who had found in themselves the strength to overcome the corruption of Morgoth that tainted their bloodline. Through generations of struggle and wisdom, they had built a haven of peace, guided by the light of their most precious treasure, the Twilight Star, an ancient elvish artifact that helped purify the darkness within them. Ozga showed her the star one evening, as sunset painted the valley in hues of amber and rose. It hung suspended in a chamber carved from living crystal, its light neither warm nor cold, but something in between, like the first star of evening or the last gleam of dawn. It was a gift, Ozga explained, from an elf who saw beyond our appearance to the truth of our hearts. It helps us remember that even in the darkest night, light endures, but peace in Middle-earth was ever bought with vigilance. Word came from Eowyn's fellow rangers of a shadow growing in the east, an army of ORCs led by a figure that rode a fellbeast and wielded powers that should have perished with Sauron's fall. A Nazgul had survived, gathering to himself the scattered remnants of darkness, and his path led inexorably toward the White Valleys. The decision that faced Eowyn weighted heavy as a blade. To reveal the existence of the valley's inhabitants to the kingdoms of men and elves might save them from the coming darkness, but it would also forever end their peace, exposing them to the fear and prejudice that had driven them into seclusion. Yet to rely solely on the Twilight Star's power was to risk everything on a hope as fragile as starlight. It was Ozga who offered another way. "The star's power is not meant merely to shield us from darkness," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. "It is meant to transform it. We have learned through generations that redemption comes not from hiding from one's nature, but from embracing all that one could become, and so they prepared for battle, not by raising walls or sharpening swords, but by preparing for the greatest ritual in their people's history." As the ORC army approached, led by their dark commander, the inhabitants of the White Valleys gathered in concentric circles around the Twilight Star. Eowyn stood with them, her bow ready not to loose arrows, but to defend them until their work was complete. The Nazgul's army crested the valley's rim as the sun set, their war cries dying in their throats as they beheld the sight below. The Twilight Star blazed with a light that seemed to draw from both sun and moon, its radiance flowing through the circles of half ORCs who sang in voices that held both the darkness of their origins and the light of their chosen path. The Nazgul screamed in rage and fear, recognizing perhaps some echo of the power that had first made the rings of power. But this was no ring of domination, it was a star of transformation. As its light touched the attacking ORCs, it awakened in them memories of what they had once been, before Morgoth's corruption, children of LOTR, as were all the peoples of Middle-earth. The battle that followed was not fought with swords, but with songs, not with strength of arms, but with strength of spirit. The Twilight Star's power, amplified by the harmony of the valley's inhabitants, spread like dawn across the battlefield. ORCs fell to their knees, centuries of darkness burning away in the star's pure light. The Nazgul fought against it, his very nature rebelling against the power of redemption, but he had not reckoned with the combined will of those who had already walked the path from darkness to light. In the end, the Ringwraith fled, his power broken against something he could neither corrupt nor comprehend. Many of his army remained behind, drawn to the promise of liberation that the valley offered. The twilight star dimmed slowly back to its usual gentle glow, having spent much of its power, but having also expanded the sanctuary's promise to many who had never dared to hope for such a chance. Eowyn remained in the valley through the winter that followed, watching as former enemies became allies, as ancient wounds began to heal. The secret of the White Valleys remained safe, but its purpose had grown. It was no longer merely a haven for those who had already found their way to the light. It became a beacon for all who sought to transcend the darkness of their past. Years later, travelers in the lands beyond the Blue Mountains would sometimes speak of strange lights in the distance, of songs carried on the wind that seemed to hold both sorrow and joy. And if they listened carefully on certain nights, they might hear harmonies that spoke of redemption, of the power of choice over destiny, and of the endless possibility of light emerging from darkness. For in the White Valleys, under the gentle radiance of the twilight star, Ozka and her people continued their ancient work, guided by a ranger named Eowyn, who had learned that the greatest battles are not always fought with swords, and that the most enduring victories are won not by destroying darkness, but by transforming it into light. Story 8. The ancient halls of Moria echoed with whispers of forgotten glory. Thorina Shieldstrong stood at the edge of a vast chasm, her dwarven eyes piercing the darkness below. The map in her hands, discovered in the depths of Ereber's archives, seemed to pulse with its own inner light runes written in Ithildan that only showed themselves under the light of a waning moon. Behind her, an unlikely company of explorers held their breath. There were 5 dwarves, each chosen for their unique skills in the ancient crafts. But it was the 6th member of their party who drew curious glances. Bilbo Bolsero II, great-nephew of the famous Bilbo Baggins, who wore around his neck a curious elven ring that seemed to shimmer with a pale blue light. "The old texts speak true," Thorina murmured, her finger tracing the glowing lines on the map. "There is a level beneath even the deepest delving of our ancestors." A place sealed away before the Balrog of Morgoth ever darkened these halls. The young hobbit archaeologist stepped forward, his footsteps eerily silent on the stone floor. Years of studying the histories of Middle-earth in the libraries of Rivendell had prepared him for this moment. "The ring," he said, touching the elven artifact at his throat. "It grows warmer the deeper we go." As if it remembers something, the company descended through passages that seemed to have been forgotten by time itself. The architecture changed subtly, the stonework growing older, yet somehow more refined. Runes of a style never before documented covered the walls, speaking of secrets that had been old when Durin first awakened. It was Drugan Ironbeard, the company's master stonemason, who first noticed the change in the very rock around them. "This stone," he whispered, running calloused fingers along the wall, "it's been sung into shape, not carved. The oldest tales speak of a time when our ancestors worked stone with song rather than steel. Their path led them to a chamber that defied all expectations of dwarven architecture. Instead of the angular geometry typical of their race's construction, the room was perfectly circular, its walls flowing like frozen water. At its center stood a pedestal of crystal that seemed to capture and amplify the light from their torches. Bilbo's ring pulsed with an inner fire as they approached the pedestal. Ancient memories stirred in its enchanted metal, calling to something deep within the chamber. "There are words here," he said, brushing dust from the crystal surface. in a form of Khuzdul so old it makes Durin's day feel like yesterday. Tharina's eyes widened as she read the inscription. It speaks of a ritual, a way to cleanse Moria of its darkness. Our ancestors, they knew the Balrog would come. They prepared a way to defeat it, but the price, her voice trailed off as the magnitude of the discovery settled over her. The ritual required the sacrifice of all dwarven artifacts of power, every ring, crown, and ancient tool infused with the magic of their people. It would mean the end of their greatest treasures, including the crown of Durin itself, still worn by the kings in exile. As if sensing their discovery, the very foundations of Moria seemed to tremble. Far above, something stirred in the darkness, the Balrog, sensing perhaps that after all these ages, a real threat to its dominion had emerged. Bilbo's ring grew almost painfully bright. "It's not just dwarven artifacts," he said, his voice filled with sudden understanding. "This ring, it's one of the lesser rings the elves made, before the great rings of power. It's showing me that the ritual needs the combined power of all the free peoples. Dwarf, elf, and even hobbit, the chamber's crystal walls began to sing with a deep resonance as ancient machinery dormant for ages awakened around them. Panels in the floor slid open, revealing channels that spiraled toward the central pedestal like the strands of a web. The crown of Durin was never meant to be just a symbol of authority, Tharina breathed, reading more of the inscription. It was meant to be the key to this ritual. Our ancestors knew that one day, the darkness would need to be cleansed. They built this chamber not just as a last resort, but as a testament to what the dwarfs could sacrifice for the greater good. The tremors grew stronger. Dust and small stones rained from the ceiling as the Balrog's roar echoed through the ancient halls. They could hear the thunder of its approach, the crack of its fiery whip against stone. In that moment of crisis, Bilbo made a decision that would be sung of in both hobbit halls and dwarven halls for generations to come. He removed the elven ring from his neck and placed it upon the crystal pedestal. "The histories say that hobbits have no magic of our own," he said, a slight tremor in his voice, "but we do have the magic of choice, of sacrifice freely given." Tharina looked at the ring, then at the map that had led them here, a map that itself was an artifact of power, imbued with ancient dwarven magic. With ceremonial solemnity, she placed it upon the pedestal beside Bilbo's ring. One by one, the other dwarves stepped forward, placing their own treasured artifacts, ancient tools, enchanted weapons, jewelry passed down through generations upon the crystal surface. Each item seemed to melt into the crystal, their combined power flowing through the channels in the floor like streams of liquid starlight. The Balrog's presence loomed closer, its shadow and flame reaching toward their sanctuary. But as the last artifact was surrendered, the chamber erupted with light. The crystal pedestal shot a beam of pure radiance upward, a column of power that contained the combined magic of centuries of dwarven craftsmanship, elven artifice, and hobbit determination. The light spread through Moria like a cleansing wave, its power built from sacrifice freely given. The Balrog's roar turned from rage to something almost like fear as the light touched it, transforming its flame, unmaking the darkness that had corrupted it ages ago. When the light faded, Moria was changed. The shadow that had tainted its halls for so long was gone, burned away by the combined power of three people's willing sacrifice. The great mansions of the dwarves lay quiet but clean, ready to be reclaimed. Tharina and her company emerged from the hidden chamber to find Moria transformed. The artifacts were gone, including the map that had led them there. But they had gained something far more precious, a future for their people, bought not with gold or force of arms, but with the willingness to let go of the very treasures they had once hoarded. In years to come, When dwarves returned to Moria, they would tell a new kind of story about treasure. They would speak of a hobbit archaeologist and a company of dwarves who discovered that the greatest wealth lies not in what you keep, but in what you're willing to give up for the good of all. And in the deepest halls of Moria, the circular chamber with its crystal pedestal remained as a reminder that true power lies not in the artifacts we possess, but in the choices we make and the sacrifices we're willing to offer freely. Story 9. Autumn had painted Mirkwood in hues of gold and crimson, but King Thranduil saw only shadow. Standing upon his carved wooden throne, his ancient eyes fixed upon the tapestry that had haunted his dreams for a fortnight, a masterwork of elven weaving that had, without any mortal hand touching it, begun to change. Where once it depicted the founding of the woodland realm, now dark threads crept like veins through the fabric, forming patterns that spoke of a doom long dormant. The vision had come to him during the feast of starlight, images of an ancient curse stirring beneath the roots of his realm. The very trees themselves whispered of it, their song turning discordant with memories of the First Age, when darkness first crept into the world. Among his counselors stood Gallion, who had served the throne since before Thranduil's father ruled. "The signs cannot be ignored, my lord," he said, his voice carrying the weight of millennia. "The curse of Morleth stirs again." The name sent a ripple of unease through the gathered elves. Morleth, an elven sorceress who had fallen to darkness in the First Age, whose final curse was thought to be merely legend. But legends in Middle-earth had a way of proving uncomfortably real. Far to the east, in a valley where the great bears still roamed, Bairn the Skin Changer felt the change as well. His bones ached with more than age as he watched his granddaughter, Arya, practice the ancient arts of their people. She moved with the grace of her elven mother and the strength of her skin changer blood, shifting from human to wolf to eagle with a fluidity that even he had never mastered. The forest dreams dark dreams, he told her that evening as they sat before the fire in his great wooden hall. "The elves will need our help, though their pride may prevent them from asking." Arya touched the pendant at her throat, a gift from her mother, who had died defending Mirkwood's borders from the last great spider invasion. The crystal seemed to pulse with its own inner light, responding to something stirring in the deep places of the world. The next day, she rode for Thranduil's halls, her dual heritage granting her passage through the elvish wards that guarded the kingdom. The forest around her was changing subtle signs that only one of both bloodlines could read. The trees whispered in the ancient tongue of the elves, while the animals fled from shadows that shouldn't exist in daylight. Thranduil received her in his throne room, his ageless face revealing nothing of the turmoil Arya knew he must feel. "So," he said, his voice echoing in the vast chamber, "Bairn sends his heir to our halls. The old bear's instincts remain sharp. The curse doesn't just threaten the elves," Arya replied, meeting his gaze without flinching. "What stirs beneath your realm will affect all who dwell in or near the forest." The king's expression flickered surprise, perhaps at her directness, or recognition of a truth he'd been avoiding. He descended from his throne with fluid grace, drawing closer to study her with eyes that had seen ages pass. "You have your mother's spirit," he said finally. She too could see through the veils we placed between ourselves and hard truths. He gestured to the tapestry, where the dark threads had formed a pattern Arya recognized from her grandmother's teachings, the mark of Morleth, the fallen one. The curse was never meant for the wood elves alone, Thranduil revealed, his voice heavy with ancient memory. Morleth cursed the very blood of the cinder, knowing it would one day touch all the elven kingdoms. "My father," he paused, and for a moment, the weight of ages seemed to press upon him. "My father sealed it away, but the price was his life, and the lives of 7 of our greatest healers." Arya's pendant grew warm against her skin. The skin changers have legends about Morth too, she said. She tried to corrupt our ability to change forms, to bind us to our beast shapes forever. But there was something she didn't understand about her magic. Understanding dawned in Thranduil's eyes. The voluntary nature of the change, he breathed. The power of choosing one's form rather than having it imposed over the next days, as the curse's influence spread through Mirkwood like poison through veins. Arya and Thranduil pieced together the truth. The curse worked by forcing change upon its victims, trying to revert the elves to their primordial state, before the light of the two trees had transformed them. But the skin changer's magic was built upon willing transformation, upon choosing and accepting change, rather than having it forced upon them. When the curse finally manifested in full, it came with a speed that caught even the elves off guard. Trees twisted into grotesque shapes, their ancient songs turning to screams. Elven warriors found their immortal grace deserting them, their movements becoming clumsy and crude. The very air seemed to thicken with malevolent power. But Arya was ready. Standing in the heart of Thranduil's halls, surrounded by the greatest healers and lore masters of the woodland realm, she began to shift. Not into any single form, but into all of them at once: human, wolf, bear, eagle, each shape flowing into the next in an endless cycle of willing transformation. The elven healers joined their power to hers, their songs of healing harmonizing with the primal magic of the skin changers. Thranduil himself stepped forward, laying his hands upon the earth of his realm, accepting rather than fighting the change that Morth's curse demanded, but choosing its shape and form. The curse broke like a wave upon rocks, its power to force transformation undone by those who embraced change freely. The dark threads in the tapestry burned away, leaving behind a new pattern, one that showed elves and skin changers standing together, guardians of a forest renewed. In the aftermath, as Mirkwood slowly healed, something had changed in the relationship between the two peoples. The elves' ancient pride had been tempered by the recognition that salvation could come from unexpected allies, while the skin changers found that their wild magic could work in harmony with elven wisdom. Arya remained in Thranduil's court as a bridge between the two peoples, teaching young elves about the wisdom of change while learning the ancient lore of the Cinder. Her pendant, which had once marked her as being of two worlds, now became a symbol of their union, proof that the greatest strength comes not from remaining unchanging, but from choosing how to change. And in the depths of Mirkwood, where the trees still sang their ancient songs, new melodies arose, songs that spoke of pride overcome, of wisdom gained, and of a curse transformed into blessing by those wise enough to embrace rather than resist the ever-changing nature of Middle-earth. Story 10. Deep within Erebor, where even the boldest dwarven miners rarely ventured, Kira Ironfist traced ancient runes with calloused fingers. The walls here bore markings unlike any she'd seen in her years of studying the mountain's depths, not the angular geometry of dwarven script, but flowing lines that seemed to move in the light of her crystal lamp. 70 years had passed since the Battle of Five Armies, and the lonely mountain had prospered under Dee and Ironfoot's rule. Yet something had always nagged at Kira's mind, passages in the oldest chronicles that hinted at chambers sealed away by Thrar himself, levels of Erebor that appeared on no modern map. Her lamp's light caught a seam in the rock that shouldn't have been there, too straight, too precise to be natural. As she pressed her hand against it, warmth spread through her palm. The wall shifted with a sound like distant thunder, revealing a passage that plunged deeper into the mountain's heart. The air that rushed out carried scents of ancient stone and something else, a warm, spicy fragrance that reminded her of the forges, yet somehow older, more primal. Her father's warnings echoed in her mind. Some secrets of our ancestors are better left buried, but the blood of Durin's folk ran strong in her veins, and with it came an unquenchable curiosity about their heritage. The passage led to a vast circular chamber carved with intricate reliefs that made her breath catch. They told a story she'd never seen in any of Ereber's chronicles of dwarves and dragons, not as enemies, but as allies. At the chamber's center lay a pool of still, black water that seemed to absorb her lamp's light. Movement rippled across the pool's surface. A massive head emerged, scales gleaming like polished copper in the lamplight. The dragon was smaller than Smaug had been, but no less magnificent, and its eyes held an intelligence that spoke of centuries of patient waiting. So it spoke, its voice resonating through her bones. After all these years, one of Durin's folk finally returns. The dragon's head tilted, studying her with eyes like molten gold. "I am Karzeth, last guardian of the ancient pact, and you, young dwarf, have stumbled upon a truth your ancestors are tried to bury." Kira's hand strayed to her axe, but the dragon made no aggressive move. Instead, it began to speak of days long past, when dragons were not yet corrupted by Morgoth's influence, when some had chosen to ally with the dwarves, combining their flame with dwarven craft to forge wonders that had never been equaled. The great forges of Erebor were not built by dwarves alone, Karzeth revealed. Our flame helped shape this mountain's heart, and in return, your people swore to protect our last sanctuaries. But Thrar's growing dragon sickness led him to fear us, to seal away the truth of our alliance. Smaug's attack was not random. He sought revenge for this betrayal, though his corruption twisted that purpose into mere greed. Before Kira could process these revelations, a deep tremor ran through the mountain. Far above, alarm bells began to toll. The dragon's head snapped up, nostrils flaring. "They come," Karzeth growled. "I have sensed them tunneling for days, the deep trolls and their new master, through the rock beneath her feet." Kira felt it to the rhythmic pounding of hundreds of massive fists, the scrape of claws through stone. The deep trolls, distant cousins of the cave trolls but far more cunning, had long dwelt in the earth's deepest places. Now something had stirred them to action, driving them upward toward Ereber's halls. "They are led by one of the ancient dark powers," Karzeth said grimly. "A Balrog that slept beneath the gray mountains, now awakened. It seeks the heart of the mountain, the source of Ereber's power, the very thing our pact was formed to protect." Kira faced a choice that would echo through generations. She could raise the alarm, rally Ereber's armies against this threat, but that would mean revealing Karzeth's existence, ending forever the secrecy that had protected this last uncorrupted dragon. Or she could trust in the ancient alliance, risk being branded a traitor by her own people. The decision was made for her as the chamber's floor erupted with such force that she was thrown against the wall. Deep trolls poured through the breach, their crystalline armor glinting in the darkness. Behind them came a presence of shadow and flame that made the very air shimmer with heat. Karzeth burst from the pool in a surge of water and rippling muscle, his copper scales blazing with inner fire. "The pact remains," he roared, his voice shaking dust from the ceiling. "Will you stand with me, daughter of Durin's folk, as your ancestors once did?" Kira raised her axe in answer, its blade catching the light of dragon fire. The deep trolls hesitated, their simple minds struggling to comprehend the sight of dwarf and dragon fighting as one. That moment of confusion was all Karzeth needed. His flame was different from Smaug's, not the raw destructive force of corrupted dragon fire, but something more refined, more precise. It flowed around Kira without harming her, turning the crystalline armor of the deep trolls to slag while leaving the ancient chamber's walls untouched. The Balrog roared in challenge, its whip of flame cracking against Karzeth's scales. But as it pressed forward, Kira saw her chance. The ancient chronicles spoke of how Balrogs, for all their power, remained bound to physical form. While dragon and demon clashed in a contest of flame and shadow, she struck at the creature's feet with her axe, her dwarven steel finding the weak points in its ancient armor. The battle that followed would be sung of in dwarven halls for generations to come, though few would believe it truly happened as the songs claimed. Dragon fire and dwarven steel worked in concert, driving back the darkness as they had in ages past. The deep trolls fled before their combined might, and even the Balrog, ancient and terrible as it was, could not stand against the power of the renewed pact. In the aftermath, as the echoes of battle faded from Ereber's halls, Kira faced another challenge, explaining to her people what had transpired in the mountain's depths. But when she emerged from the ancient chamber with Karzeth at her side, something remarkable happened. The oldest of the dwarven loremasters fell to their knees, tears streaming into their beards as they recognized what their histories had only hinted at: the fulfillment of prophecies that spoke of a time when the ancient alliances would be renewed. Today, in the restored chambers beneath Erebor, visitors can sometimes hear the harmonious ring of dwarven hammers accompanied by the controlled breath of dragon flame. Karzeth remains as guardian and ally, helping forge wonders that rival the greatest works of the First Age. And if you look closely at the newest carvings in the mountain's halls, you'll see the mark of Kira Ironfist, the dwarf who learned that some secrets, once uncovered, can bridge the deepest of divides and heal the wounds of ages past.